of the School of Economics and Management, Professor Koma in absentia, the head of the Department of Development Planning and Management, Professor N.J. Mukwili, our esteemed guest, as well as the house at large. Good morning to you all. Are we okay? Are we excited? Okay. Maybe let me just ask this question, especially to our students. What is more important to you between having unlimited time and having unlimited money? Money. When are you going to use the money if you don't have any more years of life? In a moment. It will buy time. Money cannot buy life. It's quite debatable, right? Okay, let us put our hands together as we welcome Professor O.S. Sabanda to give us a message of support and welcome.
This was a long walk to freedom. Is the mic on, chair lady? Oh, okay, thank you very much. And then good morning to everyone. Allow me to basically welcome you to the second day of the second annual colloquium of the Department of Development, Planning and Management, under the theme, the Nexus Between Spatial Planning, Socio-Economic Development, and Climate Disaster Risk Response in the Sub-Saharan Africa. I'm going to do the first part by welcoming all of you. Program Director of the school in absentia, the head of the department, that is Professor Nwako Mukwele, keynote speakers, panelists that will be joining us in a moment, colleagues from sister departments and universities, and also from the province, the leadership, researchers, in particular postgraduate students. Ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning. For me, it is really a great pleasure that I have to address you today, albeit a day later than it was intended. Allow me really at the outset to sincerely appreciate and thank everyone for understanding my absence yesterday, that I was unable to come and give you the message of support when we had the official opening of this second installment of the colloquium. Of course, I wished that I was present to really see and hear and experience the vibe and the mood when it is the first day of any event. I am, however, very delighted that today I was still given an opportunity as the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management and Law to still welcome the guest, welcome you, and on top of that, do or conveying the faculty's unwavering message of support. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the School of Economics and Management, in particular, the Department of Development Planning and Management, for successfully organizing this particular second annual colloquium. Hosting the second edition, Professor Mukwele, is in itself evidence that this has become more than a discussion or a once-off event. It is steadily becoming an established platform for academic engagement, scholarly engagement, critical reflection, and practical dialogue on issues that are central to the development and aspirational development of our country, and in particular of our province, the province of Limpopo. This year's theme, when you look at it, could not have been more timely. This theme reminds us that development planning can no longer be approached as something that is isolated to the disciplinary sense if you are from the university perspective. Spatial planning, economic development, environmental sustainability, and disaster risk management are increasingly interconnected. Decisions that are made in this particular area are influencing the outcomes in another. As planners, development practitioners, policymakers, researchers, we therefore have a responsibility to generate an integrated solutions that will improve the lives of our people while building resilient communities. As I glanced through our program, I was particularly encouraged and impressed by the breadth and the width of discussions that have been scheduled over the 2 days, including the past day. From climate resilience and environmental governance, disaster policies and governance, partnership for disaster risk reduction, socio-spatial dynamism, rural development, infrastructure resilience and land tenure, community adaptation, to questions of socio-economic growth and environmental sustainability. This colloquium, therefore, has assembled a rich tapestry of conversations that, in my view, will reflect the complexity of development challenges confronting the Sub-Saharan Africa. These are not merely academic topics, if you look at them. They speak directly to the lived realities of millions of people across our region. Communities facing floods, prolonged droughts, food insecurity, rapid urbanization that is not matched by development, fragile infrastructure, increasing inequality, and growth pressures associated with the climate variability. Indeed, in recent years, we have been reminded that, and so painfully so, that climate-related disasters are no longer rare occurrences. They are common occurrences. They are becoming more frequent, more intense, and more costly, than some of the big team in South Africa is losing. That is the frequency of these disasters. Across the Southern Africa, and indeed globally, we have witnessed communities whose development gains have been reversed, within days, because the planning systems were not sufficiently resilient or sufficiently integrated. It is precisely, Professor Mukwele, why this gathering matters this much. Internationally, there are now growing recognition that effective development planning must simultaneously advance economic inclusion, climate resilience, and disaster preparedness. The implementation of the UN Sustainable Development Goals is something that you need to consider. The continued emphasis on the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. Remember the 2015 to 2020 plan, which has priorities, and most of the priorities, when you look at them, they speak to, in particular, to the issue of risk. And talking about risk, perhaps we should also appreciate that we have Santam here as one of the sponsors or the carriers of this particular conference, because it is more about risk. Hence, I was saying the Sandayan framework becoming also one of the most important things that we need to consider at a colloquium like this. And then there is a growing international attention to climate adaptation, financing all the activities that are there, addressing all the risks that are there. Leading universities across Europe, Asia, and in Africa are bringing together planners, environmental scientists, economics, engineers, and social scientists to work collaboratively, because no single discipline processes all the answers to what you are having as issues relating to climate change. Therefore, Professor Mukwele and members of your department in particular, because this department is about planning and development, your colloquium demonstrates that the University of Limpopo is participating meaningfully in the important global conversations. What is particularly encouraging, I must say, is that this particular conversation is taking place here when we are surrounded by realities of the Sub-Saharan region. Too often, African development issues or challenges are discussed elsewhere, not on the African continent, or not specific to a particular African reality, without any sufficient appreciation that we do have our unique social, institutional, and environmental context. Here, however, I believe that we are generating knowledge from within the Sub-Saharan region, as you have indicated, from Africa, for Africa, while remaining connected to those solutions and international scholarship. As a faculty, it is precisely this kind of academic leadership we seek to encourage Professor Mukwele and Professor Goma. Universities must not simply produce graduates. Universities must produce knowledge. Universities must influence policy. Universities must shape practice. And universities must provide evidence that will assist governments, municipalities, communities, and private sector communities to make better and informed decisions. I also wish to extend our sincere appreciation to all the distinguished key speakers, guest speakers, and panel members for graciously accepting this particular invitation, for saying we are going to be part of this colloquium. We are going to share our richness in terms of the knowledge of the subject at hand. We recognize that your contributions represent years of professional practice, research, and leadership exposure, and we are honored that you have chosen to invest your time and knowledge engaging with our academic community. Similarly, let me acknowledge every presenter, every postgraduate student, and every researcher who has prepared papers for this particular discussion. Academic conferences derive their value not only from keynote addresses, but from the collective exchange of ideas. It is often during these conversations that the debates and even disagreements between or amongst researchers will raise questions and will basically prick our minds of what is best to do, and it will give birth to the next thing to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a period where expectations are placed on higher education to continue to grow and also to grow communities. So societies always expects universities, departments like yours, Professor Mukwele, to provide practical solutions to their complex societal challenges. The expectation is entirely justified, if I may say so. Our researchers and research must matter. Our teaching must remain relevant. Our community's engagement must create measurable impact. As I conclude, allow me once more to say congratulations to the Department of Development Planning and Management under the leadership of Tolman, Professor Mukwele, and the organizing committee in the department and in the school, and particularly also the opportunity that was given by the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Limpopo, Dr. Jeffrey Mabelebele, for us to come and sit here discussing amongst ourselves. I wish you a very successful colloquium, discussions. Let's discuss, let's debate, let's inform each other in a very professional and respecting manner, but then let's not just discuss, let's think about what to do next. And Professor Mukwele, I'm expecting a short learning program around this particular area so that it can inform and assist our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Executive Dean of the Faculty of Management and Law. It is quite encouraging to hear such profound message of support coming from the office of the Executive Dean. So before we can proceed, maybe just this one question and then we'll move to the next item. So yesterday, I was arguing with my colleague, Mr. Mahamata, because we have this burning question that we could not answer. Perhaps you can assist us in terms of answering it. What comes first between a chicken and an egg? Is it the chicken, the egg? That's impossible. There has to be one that came first. Which one is it? Because for a chicken to be there has to be an egg. And for an egg to be there has to be a chicken. So what actually came first? Where was it coming from? Yeah, that is quite debatable. You are just like me. You are also confused, right? Maybe one day you'll get the answer. Moving forward to the message of support by the Department of Research Administration and Development representative. Let us put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Silelo.
Good morning, colleagues. Ernest, maybe you might join me. Slelo is my first name, and my surname is Matimulane, and I'm the University Research Developer from the Department of Research Administration and Development within the university. Yeah. First, please allow me to begin by conveying the Research Director's apologies for his inability to be here to deliver this message of support due to conflicting and engaging university commitments. He would have loved to be here, but he has nominated me to represent the office. And of course, it's an honor and it's a privilege to do so. First, I would like to extend my warm gratuitous appreciation for the guest speakers. I'm happy that Dr. Kangele will be here giving a talk from Santam, and I think it will be quite an important talk as we go into day 2 of our Colloquium. But also, I would like to appreciate the university senior leadership, and in their presence here, Professor O.S. Sibanda, and in absentia, the school director, Professor Goma. And I would like to welcome everyone as previously welcome. I hope that day 2 of our Colloquium will be more engaging, will be a building foundation for what is to come into the future. I appreciated the first day. From this perspective, we had quite an informative panel discussion from our panelists. But more engaging for me was the presentations that happened here. And I trust that some of you would have been here and would have seen, I think this is 2A, would have seen Mr. Ernest's presentation, which was thought-provoking to say the least. Those who were not here, just a snippet, he presented on climate change. He presented on the ANC and governance issues that are facing the country. And he was faced with a number of questions. And I think that is a perfect platform for this kind of scholarly engagement that we would want to encourage between our practitioners, our academics, and our emerging scholar. And it is precisely this interconnection of spatial planning and climate science that meaningful actionable solutions emerge. Of course, sound development planning cannot proceed without a clear understanding of climate risk. Climate adaptation strategies cannot succeed without being embedded in sound spatial and socio-economic planning. This colloquium bringing together of academics, researchers, government officials, as acknowledged here yesterday and today, and the practitioners reflect an understanding that no single discipline or sector holds the answers. Yesterday we had a municipal representative here, and you would have realized that many of the questions around development, especially in the peripheral sides of Polokwane, were directed at him, and I'm happy for that kind of engagement because, as I said, no sector actually holds all the answers. Perhaps to those who attended last year's colloquium, I'm not sure how many we are here, but it is fitting, Professor Mukwele, that this year's discussion builds directly on the foundation laid by last year's inaugural colloquium. I'm happy that my paper was accepted here last year, even though I was an external participant. Last year's colloquium themed climate resilient economy through governance and management of disaster risk planning and preparedness, where that first gathering focused our attention on governance system, takes the conversation a step further, asking how spatial planning and socio-economic development themselves must be reshaped to be embedded, to embed climate resilience from the onset rather than responding to disaster after the fact. A few talks yesterday reflected on our readiness for disaster preparedness. But perhaps we should also be asking the question of how do we embed some of this from the onset of our planning, whether we are planning for economic development, whether we are planning for human settlement, or for road infrastructure, as some of the presentation focused on. Perhaps I would argue, and maybe that is the wrong word to use, colleagues, because colleagues might think I'm inviting comments. But as that said, I would argue that for these two colloquia, it's a great platform to trace a coherent, maturing institutional conversation. So by saying that, Professor Mukwele, I'm hoping there will be the third and the fourth and the fifth. But of course, what is the outcome of these discussions or this platform, right? We're hoping to see insights, we're hoping to see debate that continue outside of these rooms. Yesterday's speaker, one of the yesterday's speakers reflected on whether our emerging researchers have found research topics. Perhaps we should extend it to say, have our researchers found possible collaborators outside of the university to broaden the university's impact within this area? With that said, of course, I would like to, on behalf of the research office, I want to affirm our continued support for this platform. We view this platform as important as this colloquia nature and strengthen university research and postgraduate development agenda. There are a number of students that are benefiting for the past 2 years here. This platform creates a space for emerging scholars, of course, to engage directly with practitioners, shaping policy on the ground and they reinforce the university's mission of finding solutions for Africa from Africa. I have no doubt, of course, that the discussions from this will generate valuable continuing debate, as I indicated, insight and practical recommendations that extend beyond this room. Insights from here should be prioritized to inform and guide policy, shape the next generation of researchers and practitioners in the field. I wish you a productive last day of the conference, of the Colloquium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matimulane. I hope I pronounced it correctly. It feels really great also to have support from the research office. Hopefully, you will make sure that our page fees are processed fast. Yeah, it won't stuck. Yeah, you know me and the questions. Just a quick one. If you were invisible, I'll also give my answer this time. If you were to be invisible for just a few minutes, what would be the first thing that you do? So, still money. Okay. I would quickly register myself as the executive dean, just to have that experience, because hey, it seems very nice. Okay, let's quickly move to another message of support by the Mopane District Municipality representative, and that is Mr. Goodwill. So let us put our hands together as we welcome him on stage. It seems like Mr. Goodwill has not yet arrived. So we will just move. Do we have the keynote speaker? Okay. So it's that time that we've been waiting for, just to listen to the keynote speaker. Can we please make sure that our cell phones are on silent while we are still on that part? I remember this other time I was attending a conference. So I was sitting next to this other lady at the back, and then her alarm just rang out loud. So the program director said, please make sure that your phones are on silent. Okay, she turned it off. So as the program was running, it rang again out loud. Mind you, I'm sitting next to this lady, wearing formal, looking nice, feeling myself. Then the next thing, it rings for the second time, out loud. So the program director says, ish, you know what, we are just going to wait for you to take care of that. We will continue once it's sorted. So the lady is busy trying to switch off the alarm. It's not switching off. She's busy trying, fighting, it's not switching off. So the program director says, honey, what's happening? Then the lady says, ish, it doesn't want to switch off. I've been trying. Nothing is happening. So the program director says, Mikey, he's referring to me. Can you please help your neighbor there? Just turn off the alarm because it's causing a disruption in the hall. So, okay. She turns and she gives me the phone. Bite. Here. And you know those things, they ring. And then she gives it to me. The buttons are too hard. Kibis, better blind. Like this. When you're trying to make sure that your remote works. So I've been hitting it. I did not respond. So you know what I ended up doing? I had to remove the battery. And then it worked. So what I'm trying to say is that cell phones can be disruptive. So you can check your neighbor. Just ask Mikey. I hope you don't have Limpopo there. If you have it, remove the battery just now. Because we are about to listen to the keynote speaker. Do they have it? They don't. You are fine. Okay, I hope you are not going to disturb us. So let us put our hands together and welcome the lady who's going to introduce the keynote speaker, who is Ms. M. Maluleke.
To the Director, School of Economics and Management, to the HOD, Development Planning and Management, our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, doctors and professors, students, the house at large, good morning. My name is Matimu, my surname is Maluleke, and I have an honor today to introduce to you the speaker of our session today, and who is a man who have spent almost 2 decades investing his life in disaster risk management. And that keynote speaker that I'm talking about is Dr. Muswaro Moses Kangare. He is the manager of stakeholder programs at Santam, the board, the banner that you see here. He is the manager of stakeholder programs at Santam, where he leads the Partnership for Disaster and Resilience, a flagship initiative that strengthens municipal resilience through collaborative disaster risk reduction. With over 2 decades of experience in disaster risk management and fire services, he previously held several senior leadership positions within the South African government from 2001 until 2022. Currently, he chairs the South African Insurance Association Property Protection Steering Committee. His research interest includes disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, social justice, multi-sectoral planning, and transformational leadership. Dr. Kangare holds a PhD in development and management, 2 master's degrees, and a leadership for performance and growth certificate from Harvard Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, help me by standing on your feet and clap your hands as we welcome on stage Dr. Kangare, our keynote speaker for today.
Good morning, Tawela. Absheni. Yeah, that's fine. My Sharon, thanks for the opportunity. I hope you can see, well, I can't see the slides. Can you see them on the screens? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so my name is Moses, as introduced. I'm going to talk you through some of the work that we do to support resilience building across South Africa and beyond. I have been given 30 minutes. I think I'll try and not go over, but please time me, Program Director, as well, so that you help me, because there's always a risk of being carried away, and that could be disruptive. So the global context has been alluded to. By the way, before I go into the actual substance, I also wish to acknowledge the dignitaries that are here, led by Professor Sibanda, Professor Koma, Professor Mukwili, who, by the way, is the one that interacts with us and has helped us or facilitated that we come back to this event. We attended last year, the first one, and I was a speaker here, but I told him that the next one, we're going to support you. I don't think he believed me at the time, but yeah, here we are today. We are able to come through, and we are happy that we also have been able to support you in terms of hosting this particular event. I also thought that in the very beginning, I must thank the people that I work with. So this program is a national program, but it's run by myself and my colleague Susan Tobela. She's sitting over there. And I want to take this opportunity to thank her for all the work that she has done in the background to ensure that whatever we had agreed with Professor Mukwili had been done. So that's something that I thought I should highlight, because sometimes when you speak about the program, you might imagine a big department, only to find that it's a 2% department. So Susan looks after all the aspects of buying and procuring and related stuff for the program. Okay, the global context, I thought that I should challenge the students to, beyond today, go and look at the Sendai framework and look at the interface between what the Sendai framework and its principles and its targets bring in relation to the work that you do as development or spatial planning students. So that's the first challenge, that apart from us, Prof, running down the Sendai and data, the students should go and look at Sendai, because that is the global blueprint for managing disaster risks. You go to the US, you go to China, you go to India, you go to Brazil, all of us globally, the thinking has been encapsulated in the Sendai framework in relation to what is that we need to do to reduce disaster risks. Last year, South Africa was hosting the G20, which also had specific outcomes that I would also want to challenge the students to go and look at the G20. Nowadays, information is available. You just say G20 on your smartphone, you'll find the G20 outcome statement. And you will see that my interest was a lot more on issues that talks to insurance. But there are 7 principles there. There may be elements that talks to what you do. So that in your research, you start to bring these issues through. I think that is important. I could pick up from what Professor Sbanda was saying, that we want locally produced knowledge, but it should resonate with global paradigms and thinking. So what's happening in South Africa? From where we sit, we see that disasters are devastating communities, and we see a lot more insurance losses. So that's very, very important. 2022, Santam is a 108-plus-year-old company. 2022, we paid the single largest claim in KZN. Remember the KZN flooding? We paid 4 billion rand. And if you know insurance, how it works is that we will also be insured. So Santam is an insurer, but we have reinsurers. And you would agree with reinsurers that they only pay when you have a disaster or a catastrophe that reaches a particular threshold. So say, for example, you have a disaster that takes 300 million. The reinsurers don't even call you to say, we see you have this disaster. They wait until you get to that threshold. That threshold in 2022 was 500 million. So it meant that you needed to reach that in order for the reinsurers to come. And eventually, out of the 4 billion, we ended up paying 500 million, and then the reinsurers paid 3.5 billion. But immediately after paying, they call you to say, we worried. They increase your reinsurance costs. And then they also increase your threshold. If they see that 500 million is now you're reaching it every day, then they say your reinsurance cost is 800 million as a threshold. So it means that you, as an insurer, you'll have to absorb more losses before reinsurers are triggered. So I just thought that that's something that one should explain how the system works. But what we have seen nationally also is that South Africa has published, I think Treasury published a disaster response financing strategy last year around August. And what they were saying in this specific publication is that annually South Africa has a shortfall of disaster response standing at 3.7 billion. So it means that every year you're going to have disasters, provinces and municipalities will submit reports and so on, but you essentially have a 3.7 billion rand gap. So there will be 3.7 million needed, which is not there. So in other words, if you have losses annually that sits at 7 billion, it means government could absorb half, the other half wouldn't be absorbed, even if you submit reports to National Treasury, because there's no money. So that is important for us because we want to also start asking ourselves, what is that should be done to transfer some of these risks to insurers so that government does not carry this burden alone. What is also interesting is that following the 2022 flooding, Toyota is based in Isipingo in KZN, south of Durban. So they suffered lots of losses, and the Toyota is a Japanese company. So their insurance company sits in Japan, and they are suing the South African state 6.5 billion. And that is in the court system. It's going to take long. These things tend to take long, but it's coming. And they are suing them effectively for failing to maintain waterways and drainage systems. So what does it mean? It means that the days of not maintaining what you should maintain are coming to an end, because you wouldn't maintain and you would be made to walk this Japanese road. So yesterday, one of the colleagues here presented, and in the process of submitting his paper, he alluded, and well, I'm happy because I spoke to him outside, he kept referring that climate change is not a problem. And I felt that maybe it's a conversation we should have offline, which we have, and I'm happy, because we do see that losses are impacted by climate change. We're talking hard evidence that shows that our losses are increasing. And this is a global phenomenon, so we cannot negate it. I think the issue is what exacerbates it. Yes, climate change is there. Maybe in a poor infrastructure maintenance, so it tends to be a problem. So that's one of the things that we are seeing. But what makes life worse for us or difficult as South Africa is that we face three main hazards, which are veld fires, drought, and floods. Because structural fires, yes, is a hazard, but it's too localized. If this Bolivia Lodge is on fire, Mr. Gabe can fight that fire and localize it here. It's very unlikely that you can have a fire that moves from Bolivia Lodge to the mall. But veld fires are different because they can burn from here all the way through Sukmekar to Makado. You understand? So that's why when we talk about the three main hazards that South Africa faces, will then be veld fires or fires in general, drought and floods. So what makes our situation complex is that these three hazards are impacted by changing climate. So if climate changes, there's no way hazard frequency and intensity will not be impacted. So that's something that we see. And one of the other reports that I want to challenge the students to go and look at is the IPCC 2022 report. You just say IPCC. IPCC is the International Panel on Climate Change. Their 2022 report also identified the SADC region as a hotspot for climate change. A hotspot is an area that is dry, that is expected to become more drier, with limited adaptation options. So I think that could also give a lot of insights. We do what we do through partnerships, and this slide is just explaining Why partnerships? And I think the feeling is that disasters impact all of us. I've just spoken to what we have paid in KZN. We're busy collating data from the recent Western Cape flooding, which is also quite significant. So disasters do not only affect communities, they affect livelihoods, they affect businesses, they affect all of us in the ecosystem. And therefore it is critical that we should work together so that we can minimize their effects. What do? We're obviously going to make the slides available for the students. So this is a basket of what we do in our partnerships. So we will do capacity building. It ranges from training, skills development. We train counselors, we train practitioners, firefighters, and all people involved in the space, including volunteers. We also do risk assessment. We work with CSIR to do climate change adaptation, which I'll talk about. We also do stormwater clearance, which is important from a development planning point. I'll talk about that. And we also are involved in issues around disaster response. And recently, we are able to also mobilize other corporates to get involved. And we have had many corporates coming to us wanting to get involved in resilience building and using our model to do that. We also invest in early warning. I think we have installed, I'll talk about that in the next slide. Okay, where do we work? We work across South Africa, as I said, and we work at district level. So South Africa essentially has how many districts? 44 plus 8 metros. So you have 52 regions, spatially, or districts, because a metro is still a district. And if you look at this map, you will see that we do have strong presence in the Western Cape. We are increasing our presence in the central part of South Africa, and the north, which is this part, also we supporting Capricorn, Waterberg, Mupani, and Ehlanzeni, which is not far from you. So this is where we roll out our programs. The majority of our losses or exposure is in the Western Cape. So if the Western Cape is to burn, we suffer. And this is what we have done. So we've been doing this since 2012. We've supported 110 municipalities. So now when we say 110, we count district plus its locals. And our support is not a smash and grab. So we support for 3 to 4 years, 3 to 5 years. So it's progressive support, which is institutionalized within the environment. And we have reached 29 million people. And we also invest a lot in community level awareness and education. We are just around 200,000 people there, if we count some of the numbers that are coming in now. And as part of supporting climate change adaptation, we also plant trees, indigenous trees. I think the first set of trees, we planted them here in Capricorn in 2023 at fire stations and at all special schools, as well as at the traditional authority there at Amachak. So that's a new thing that we started doing to say, because municipalities don't always have capacity to implement plans, maybe it's not enough to just leave a plan, because a plan can sit in a shelf. So we started, innovating and bringing about supporting concrete adaptive actions. And we did those 200 trees here in 2023, Professor Mkwili. We now sit at over 2,000. So you could see between 24 and 25, we ramped up our planting. And it has really been going very well. This year, we also launched our partnership with the Weather Service, where we also install automatic weather stations. Because the Weather Service does not have enough to be able to accurately cover. There are areas that are not having these stations. So here in Limpopo, we installed one in Beggersfort, as well as one in Wembe in the mountains there in Chakuma. And we were very happy that in one of the recent hail situations, those weather stations were bringing in data because they are already integrated in the national network. So we do that all over the country as part of supporting the Weather Service to execute its mandate. And then we piloted a program of cleaning stormwater because we know that stormwater plays a critical role in reducing or mitigating urban flooding. So we piloted this in Tshwane for a period of 16 months. We appointed young people who came from FETs, who were plumbers. At the time of appointing, the thinking was that plumbers would understand stormwater, but when they arrive, it became evident that the dimensions of pipes that plumbers work with are too small compared to the stormwater pipes. So that was the first thing we learned. And we had to ask ourselves, do we let them go back home and sit, or do we make them work and learn? And going into another area, we can maybe no longer target plumbers, but maybe look for other set of graduates or students. So we decided to keep them. They worked for 16 months. The purpose of this initiative was to really reduce urban flooding in the city of Tshwane. So the Tshwane has 7 regions. So we worked in 3 regions. These students were 10. But we didn't appoint them because you see the issue with appointing, it becomes complicated. Because if there's a person who speaks Venda, because I'm from Venda, it will be like I went to get them from home. So we said to the city, and Susan is from Mpumalanga. When you see somebody from Mpumalanga, you say, hey, Susan and Moses have collated their relatives. So because we wanted not to be involved in something like that, even if it's perceived, because it doesn't have to be actual, Professor Mukweli. Corruption, people can perceive it wrongly, but attribute it to you to say these people are corrupt. So we don't want to be caught up in that. We say to the city, give us 10 people. They followed their own process. They gave us 10 people. We started working with them. And we felt free because we didn't carry a burden. Because at one stage when I went to Mamelodi Depot, the guys that are doing stormwater cleaning were saying, so, it's not us, it's the city who put the team together. So that was one of the learnings that we have, so that we're not caught up in things that could distract us. And we provided PPE for them, we paid their stipend. One of the issues, Mr. Gabe, that we learned here was that you will have EPWP. You know, everybody knows Expanded Public Works Program. So they will pay a certain amount to their people. Susan and I were paying double that. And our learners, nobody greeted them in the corridors because there was a feeling that these people are getting more. So it's an important lesson that if you are rolling out a program, you should also not disrupt the labor market dynamics. Because somebody is earning 3K, we sit at 6K, you know. So that's something that we will, and we have written a book, Susan and I will show you a booklet that I want the students to go and look at so that they can draw some of these learnings as they think about infrastructure maintenance and bringing in youth into the program. So we cleaned over 1,000. A catch pit is this, the one that you see on the bottom left here. That's like a stormwater catch pit. But what we learn is that you can clean this catch pit here. And then the next one, the water goes, it looks clean, but a kilometer down the line is blocked. So it's not enough to just clean a catch pit. You must clean the whole channel. That's why we brought these specialized trucks here to suck out. So when we say it's clean, if it's a line of 20 stormwater catch pits, you must put water here and it must go out at number 20. And that cost us significant amounts of monies as part of the work that we had to do. And we also had to do channels. You can see in one of the pictures here, that's not a stormwater, that's a channel which is supposed to move water in a particular direction. You will have probably here in Polokwane those types of channel. And it's not expensive to clean. It just needs to be prioritized. So those are some of the things that we have learned. I have links here that has booklets as well as the video that we did. I'm coming to the end. I think this is second last. I see I have taken 22 minutes up to now. So yeah, it means we will probably, if we take 30, it would be because I became too overzealous, but we may be able to save some time. So I thought also that we should think about what is the role of insurance in development and in socio-economic development. And in April this year, we visited Uganda. So we spent a week in Kampala. Uganda has Africa's most successful insurance, subsidized insurance scheme. So you have a million smallholder farmers that are insured on a proportion by government. So if you want really to know a lot or learn more about subsidized insurance programs, the place to go to is Uganda. So we then find ourselves also there in Uganda with a team of our agri guys. We were looking at how they do it, wanting to draw some lessons for some of the initiatives that we're working on here. And this picture, this is in Uganda. And the reason why I decided last night to put this picture was to show you that insurance, beyond just paying claims, does play a fundamental role in the socio-economic development of communities and individuals. And if you look at the picture, you will see that there's this tall house here. Do you see the house with a tall roof? Well, obviously, we asked them why do you build like this? They say the taller it is, the roof, the cooler it is. Because Uganda is hot. So that is the element. But the point I want to make here is that they were telling us they only started building those type of houses when they participated in the insurance scheme. Because when their crops were devastated by flooding, they didn't suffer. Because remember, before insurance, you will have crops that get flooded and then you have nothing. You have lost all your money, labor costs, seeds, fertilizer, and so on. You can't recover. But now, because they are part of this insurance scheme, they don't mind. Disasters will happen, they will be paid. And when they get paid, they are still able to replow and take their children to better schools and build houses. So I'm trying to demonstrate that the role that insurance play in the socio-economic development of a country. It tells you that Uganda sitting now here in 2026, where do you think Uganda, this specific community, will be in 2046? 20 years down the line, this community will be completely developed because the losses that they will incur generally as part of doing what they do will be covered by this insurance. So they've transferred the risk from themselves and government, because in any case, we already told you South Africa has a 4 billion rand shortfall. It means that when the disaster happened, the government doesn't have money. But government is saying, instead of me waiting to have a shortfall, I rather contribute to premiums. So that between myself and Professor Mukwili, we share the cost of transferring this risk to insurers. And there's 13 insurers that are involved in this scheme, which is one of the most successful. Started in 2003 with 3,000 people. 2016, it had 17,000 people. 2026, 1 million. smallholder farmers. And what they do, which I know we struggle to do in South Africa, is that they farm together. The group we met is 300 farmers. They farm together. When they harvest, the harvest is done on an area yield basis. And you know that so-and-so is getting so much. And when the harvest is done, the first thing they do is to pay their insurance premium for the next season. So this is an extremely good model which you could look at as well as part of the research that you're doing. In South Africa, I know that people struggle to work together. So many CPAs here, even if you are relatives, even if you are siblings, for some reason, we're not able to work the way these guys are working. Because these are 300 farmers working together, harvesting, doing everything together, and they're successful at it. Those are the SDGs that you could look at, which contributes to which insurance can contribute. There's no time to talk about. There's a report actually that I was looking at that we could also make the link available, which talks to this. So these are the links to some of our work, adaptation plans that we do with CSIR, risk profiles. You will also see the adaptation plan of Capricorn. And you will see what is the anticipated climate, what is projected climate for Capricorn in 2050. And then you will see our stormwater booklet, which is available. You will also see our 10-year booklet. What have we learned? We have learned a few things as I wrap. One, political ownership in spaces where we work is quite critical. That's why these images, I was saying to Susan, why I put these images is because the first one is the mayor of West Rand, who came to plant the first tree when we were planting these trees at the cradle of humankind. So it tells you, he realizes that this is important. And if the mayor is there, it's easy to rally everybody. The second, the bottom picture, you probably know the mayor of City of Tshwane. We planted lots of trees in Hammanskraal. And there we were following a climate risk map, which shows that Hammanskraal, Soshanguve, Winterveld will become drier going into the future. And what we have also done now is that we have established a number of consortiums. The first consortium that we have is to fight field fires using aerial helicopters, but we target high-risk areas. So we work with 4 insurance companies there. We do that in the Winelands, which is in Stellenbosch area. We also do it in Nelspruit, and this year we're starting Hoedspruit. So we'll have helis there. We've also established an entity, a non-profit company, together with Old Mutual Insurance as well as Holland, to help fire departments tackle some of the systemic issues that they face. And the last point that I want to make is that in Nelson Mandela Bay, which is PE, we have helped to establish, working with the Chamber of Business, a risk desk. So we're moving beyond working only with municipalities. We're working with like-minded organizations. And if you look at what the risk desk is doing in Nelson Mandela Bay, it does way more than what a typical municipality could do. Because this is a purpose-built desk which is focused on helping to reduce risks. So that is our message, Program Director. I also wish to indicate that we're still interested in collaborating with you. I've had Professor Sibanda challenging you, Professor Mukwile, on some of the things, and we're saying that let's continue conversations and see how we help you guys with this initiative. We do work with other universities, but we are targeted in who we work with. We're signing a collaboration with the University of UNISA very soon, and we do work ad hocly with many, but yeah, we are interested in also building capability this side of the country, because we know that this northeastern part of South Africa is quite vulnerable. If you think it is not, and if you think climate change is not there, my brother, you must check this region every December, January, February. You will see that this is a vulnerable region, and we need to work together to build resilience. Thank you, Program Director.
Let's give Dr. I forgot your surname. Can we give him a round of applause once more time? Thank you so much, Dr. Kangale. From what you said, I have noted quite a few things, but I'm just going to touch on one, which was we have to look at the role of insurance in development. So as development practitioners, a paper can come out from that, right? Abstract, my students, we ready? Okay, so we need to write a paper from that. And we are moving to Q&A. So the Q&A is not only limited to questions and answers. Feel free to make comments. Oh, I forgot one more important thing. Can we also give our keynote speaker a round of applause for finishing on time? With the power vested in me as the program director, keynote speaker, you are invited again next year. So we are having Q&As. Also feel free to make any comment in case you have. Do you have any question? Tim, can you please assist?
Good morning, Program Director. Good morning, the Executive Dean, Prof. Mukweli, Prof. Komo in absence, all professors that are here. I can't mention them, and also want to thank two colleagues that we work with them, Dr. Kangala and Susan Towela, and the colleagues that are here present, all of you. All protocol observed, thank you. My name is Putigawe from the city of Polokwane, Head of Disaster Management Center. I hope you might have seen me yesterday. There are two things that I also want to appreciate. First, that Dr. Kangala and Santam never failed when you ask for assistance. I think they spoke about helping Capricorn or the whole of Limpopo, including Western Cape and other provinces. Thank you for that. We take advantage of that and also appreciate. You raise one issue, which is a promotive measures to disaster resilience in Uganda, the subsidies of the farmers. My question to you is it possible that it can be also copied from there and put in South Africa, because it provides for alternative income generation mechanism in case disaster strikes people? That is the question number one. The other issue that you raised is the issue around earthlining, which you raised, and I think you have even shown that channel that we are doing in Polokwane. I hope those who are in Polokwane, I don't think we are doing that, Dr. Kangala. We, like yesterday, it was indicated we used to have a lot of floods. So, and then the answer was to say, flooding has been reduced. It's not like but we have done more than that of earthlining programs. We have just completed the other one on the 30th June. We're busy with others in terms of disasters. So I hope we're doing the right thing, as you were saying. Then there was an issue around hiring the cleaning part of the, I know we spoke about it, of Tshwane drainage system, stormwater control drainage system. You said the first thing that you have experienced was you had plumbers, but when you reached there, you found that the culverts and the pipes that are there are too huge for what they've been learned. I hope maybe you should just share with us exactly what converted that particular experience of being a plumber to something else, which ultimately make this project to be successful, because if you are taught to become a plumber and then when you arrive there you've got other things so that you did not learn before, there is an element of adjustment in terms of training. Maybe something that you should also share with us what Swane and your company did to ensure that those 10 people, trainees, ended up managing to clean the pit or the cash pit, whatever system that goes there. The last one is the issue around the equipment. I think I've seen the equipment. I'm not sure whether we have used the fire truck there or we have used the Hanisaka or any other specialized truck, because from where I come from, one of my submission, which as we're discussing, is just to engage our roads and stormwater control to discuss it. It does not mean that even if we do earth lining projects in Polokwane, it does not necessarily mean that we might not face this, because other than city Polokwane, we've got Seshego, which also we had damage in terms of the water treatment in Seshego Zone 6, thereby the firms there. We also have Manguing, which Severgale has got some issues there. So if you can share with us so that this session help us to move forward in terms of planning for future as we are entering a new financial year. Thank you very much.
Were you able to capture that, Doctor? Okay, so should we take more questions or you want to address them? Do we have more questions? Do we have more? Yes, Madam Priska at the back.
Good morning, colleagues. Quick one, I just want to check with Santam. Are you solely focusing on insurance, or are you also assisting communities that are hit by disasters? Thank you.
Do we have any more questions? Comments?
Yeah, mine is a bit relevant. Yesterday I was the moderator. I did not give Prof. Asha a chance to talk. Prof. Asha wanted to say something very important about land ownership in China and in Ethiopia, which is very different from here. You want to talk now?
Yeah, it was a question. No, I was about to ask about land and politics in terms of land ownership. And my question was, can nationalization of land assist or help in terms of addressing some of the challenges which are related to disaster management? And of course, injustices as well.
Okay, because of time, can we please give the keynote speaker to answer? Thank you.
The last question is not the easiest. Professor Asha, it's a difficult one. Yeah, look, no, thanks for the questions. We appreciate it. Mr. Kabe, yes, we're exploring how the models of subsidy could be, deployed here in South Africa. Because if you look at the Treasury strategy that was published last year, it does start to talk about it. Because I think the South African government has reached a point where this conversation has to happen, because the losses are way too high, and you need to find models that could help share these costs. But Santam, as an insurer, we're involved in the Ugandan subsidy because it's a multi-insurance initiative. So we're part of that. We provide reinsurance, but we are also learning from the Indian model, Because India has a much big, India is a bigger country population-wise. So there are also good practices there. And we have just opened an office, Santam India, and we're participating in some of these schemes. So we are hoping that the learnings that we are going to get out of this will be able to enable us to engage the South African government on some of the opportunities that exist. But I think this is the way to go going into the future, not only for smallholders, for everyone, because even households could be subsidized. You just need to have the right modeling to be able to work that out. And then, yes, I was happy yesterday to hear that flooding, you guys are managing flooding risks here in Polokwane. The issue with skills for us was that, and it's also something that because of the day-to-day operations that Susan and I sometimes get caught up in, we need to have a conversation with DHET, Department of Higher Education and Training, to try and understand. If you look at FET courses, there's no course that is specific to stormwater. And we know the critical role of stormwater. At what stage do we initiate a conversation so that you don't worry about a plumber or general civil, but you have a stormwater program where people are taught stormwater design and so on and so forth. I know it will be covered in other engineering subfields, but that's an opportunity to look at, even if it's on a short course basis, so that when companies want to do this work, they can be able to at least send these people to a program. But when we realize that these learners, our original intention was to make them artisans. So we wanted to take them N6, walk them through to become artisans. But when we realized that there's a skill mismatch, it meant that the POE that they are getting will no longer support the journey to the artisanship. Only one, a female learner, by the way, managed somehow to become an artisan in this process. But the others, including them, then said, if we throw them off, who do we get? Because we can't throw off a person and get a person with similar issues. So we said, no, it's only socially just that we keep these ones. Because we've raised their expectations. They are part of the program. And we said to them, just learn how to clean stormwater. And what we also learned is that stormwater cleaning in Tshwane and the learner coming into that environment will differ from Johannesburg. Because stormwater in Pretoria is stormwater and roads. So it means that in the process of cleaning, is on. Okay, so in the process of, when a learner arrives at the depot, one day they clean stormwater, one day they do what? They patch roads. So they do what is the mandate of the broader department. If these learners were at a department that's stormwater and water services, they would have, that journey would have evolved because water services would have given them that. So, but we felt that it was going to be too complicated for us to, because for us going into water services does not serve our purpose because we're interested in stormwater. So, and we engaged with the city and we felt, let's keep them here, let them work for 16 months, and they are getting opportunities now because they have experience as well. And then we used a machine called JetVac. The guys are based in Port Elizabeth. So they were already working with the city. And very interesting is that when we were about to start using them, they kept on doing this. Eventually, I had to call the owner of the company. He said, but what's the problem? He says he's not taking up the work because he thinks that it's the city that's going to pay him and the city owes him. So we said, no, don't worry about the city. It's us who are paying. Then they started. So it also tells you that there are those dynamics. You will know them, Puti, from your own experience. And then, yes, Susan and I do not sell insurance products. That's why you don't see us with a product. Our interest is building resilience. And we want to do that before disasters happen. And when the disasters have happened, we still provide resources. Disaster relief, we provide. The Limpopo, Mpumalanga disaster, we bought uniforms and stationery ko Palabura recently, January. Disaster ya Western Cape, all the flying that was done by Working on Fire was paid for by us and the Sanlam Group. So we are involved in supporting disaster in many forms. And then the last one is the difficult one, and I think maybe it's a research topic around land tenure systems. Because in Uganda, I specifically asked one of the community leaders, because they have big tracts of land. They said some of it is leased. So they work on a lease, but for us the interest was that they are leasing, they are able to farm, we are able to provide insurance cover, you know. So that was really the angle. But I know in South Africa, it's a contentious issue. But I also know, because I also come from a farming area myself, that you could, with the small tracts, you could still provide cover. You know, a 1 hectare here, 2 hectares there, you could provide, irrespective of the tenure system. Because tenure systems can be complex. So if you really are interested in risk transferring and reducing, you could still provide it. And I know in India, mostly it's small, 1 hectare, but 40 million of them are part of this particular government scheme. So it gives you scale, and you are able to risk pool as well. Because for insurance, you can't insure the same group of people that will behave the same way, because you can't pool the risk, because they are all going to claim on the same day. You know, if you insure people who all spend their Fridays at a pub, and your insurance is only them, when they come out of the pub, they all claim and your insurance will be bankrupt. So you also want people who don't go to pubs. I'm just using a simple, basic example. So yeah, I think that's as long as you are able to pool, then that helps. So we are looking at that for our market, but it's still far off, but we are thinking about it. I can tell you that for sure. That is something that we are looking at. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. Because of time, we are no longer taking questions. I was told that a representative from the Mopane District Municipality is here. Let us put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Monakedi. Doctor, you have 10 minutes, so please.
Can I start with a question, Speaker? What is a disaster? Anyone brave enough to answer the question? Not, right. The intention was not to get an answer, really is to ask this question and for us to understand that the question is more philosophical than we think. What is a disaster? To the program director, good morning. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Limpopo, Dr. Mabelebele, of course the faculty responsible for the sitting, Professor Sibanda, as well as of the department. Of course, the department is often overlooked, but the department as well. The keynote speaker, say I was fortunate enough to catch you while you were on the podium. Thank you for your remarks. All colleagues in here, a very good morning. My name is Tsapo Monakedi. I come from the Mopani District Municipality, standing before you, representing the council, of course, delegated by the district municipal manager, Mr. Tsepo Mogano, who both of us are led by the executive mayor, Councillor Puleshai. Chair, this conversation is very important for us. Of course, I'm quite aware that I am in a room full of academics. In fact, it didn't take much for me to recognize that keynote speaker. I saw the word Nexus, and I had to then gather my thoughts in terms of what exactly does Nexus mean. I mean, for academics, like you, it's quite easy. But for us, the ordinary people in government that deal with practical issues, it's not an easy word. So I had to really think about it, Chairperson, and perhaps the easiest of words that I could, that rather my faculties allowed me to get was intersection. So in other words, the intersection really between development and disaster management in the country. What does that mean for us as a district municipality? Well, much like Chairperson, a lot of the district municipalities in the province, like Bembe district, I know we are in Capricorn, and I'm sure Capricorn has already welcomed everyone. Waterberg district, Sekhukhune district, as well as the last district. I'm just forgetting the last. Bembe district. Yes, Bembe, Sekhukhune, Mopani. Chair, we were all affected by the recent floods in January. So this sitting could not really have come at the right time. For us to have a conversation around what does it mean for us to respond to disasters, while understanding that we need to also adequately respond to the development needs of communities in Mopani district and the rest of the district in the province. And Chair, we work, of course, in government. We are guided by specific frameworks in government. And for us, Chair, we are guided by the National Spatial Development Framework, which says that as a district, it's important for us to respond adequately, and it's important for us to derive context-specific solutions to how disaster and climate change is affecting communities. So we are really excited that a forum like this, Chairperson, which is held in Limpopo, of course, the spectacles that we wear must always be that of the region and not of a particular locality, because disasters, when they happen usually at a regional level. For us, it's quite exciting because this sitting, Chairperson, is really about deriving context-specific solutions for the specific region that we are in. I think my big brother there at the back mentioned a case study in India, and I think in Ethiopia, if I'm not mistaken. And the reason for that, Chair, is because how we respond in Mopani district, how we respond to a disaster is likely not going to be the same as how the city of Johannesburg will respond, simply because of the spatial pattern that Johannesburg is, the level of development where it is, how people use space, and how we use space in a rural setting. If I can give you an example, Chairperson, someone who is in Cape Town, there was a recent disaster in Cape Town, I think if colleagues remember. Now, how they respond to a disaster compared to how we respond to disaster can never be the same, even at a philosophical level. And I think, Chair, a good example for that is that as people in rural areas, there are, for example, areas that are no-go areas spiritually. So now the question is, when a disaster occurs, how does that affect those sacred places in a place like Bembe, and how do we as government respond to that? Because it can't be the same. The response cannot be the same as how the city of Cape Town would respond, because they don't have that kind of challenges. Hence, Chairperson, as Mopani, we're quite excited about this sitting, because it's really about deriving context-specific solutions for us as a region. But of course, it's important for us to now really go down to the locality and say, Mopani, Bembe, Capricorn, as well as Kukune, please respond in this way, working, of course, with the brilliant minds that are in here. We think, Chairperson, that we will find the right solution, not just for the example that I've given, Chair, but also from an infrastructure perspective in terms of the kind of infrastructure that we procure. It's important for us to understand that we cannot procure infrastructure in the way that we're procuring it 20 years back. It's really important. We need to come closer to the academics and say, academics, can you please lead us in terms of how then do we respond to this? What kind of bridges should we be building? What kind of material should we be building? But also importantly, working with the department that is in here, as well as other planning departments across the country, it's important that we are guided in terms of the spatial patterns that we must then institute in communities, working with the traditional leaders. So, Chairperson, just based on that and the importance really of this setting, we could not be more excited about this sitting, and a message from Mr. Tsepo Mogano, who is the district municipal manager, of course led by Councillor Pule Shai, the executive mayor of Mopani district municipality. We really extend our support for the sitting, and we're looking forward to participating as well. So thank you, Chair, and thank you. Thank you.
He asked to speak for 2 minutes, but that was too much. Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Can we please give him a round of applause once again? Can I please have the team to join me? We will be doing gifting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Program Director. All protocols observed. I'm here to present the gift on the behalf of the team for all the support that we received from the speakers. I will start with our Executive Dean. Thank you, Prof, for the support. We've been inviting you last year, this year. You've been here, and we, as a department, we really appreciate the support you've shown us. Thank you. The next gift goes to the Department of Research, Administration and Development, Dr. Mutimulani. I think he went out. Okay, we appreciate their support. They've been very instrumental in our Colloquium. So next year, we will be knocking at their door. Hopefully, we'll also get money, because we need money. So we'll be knocking at their doors, looking for support. Our next gift goes to Dr. Monakedi. Thank you very much. Even last year, I believe we had colleagues from Mopani and other districts. They always respond to our call to come to the Colloquium. Next year, we are hosting again. We will send those invitations. So please do join us. Thank you very much for hearing our invitation. We appreciate your support. And our next gift goes to our keynote speaker, Dr. Kangale. Priscilla and I met Dr. Kangale by the stadium when we were attending DIMISA in 2014. There was a conference, we met Dr. Kangale there, and when we saw Dr. Kangale presenting, we saw money, and we saw money. We had Oslevo saying Dr. Kangale is actually sponsoring the food and the marketing, and we were like, oh, okay. And last year when the director said, let's plan a colloquium, the first person we thought of was Dr. Kangale because of the knowledge that we learned. He spoke something about building resilience during that time, and it was something we are passionate about. So we thought, oh, we need to get the contacts. So last year we called Oslevo, can we have the contacts for Dr. Kangale? Brought him on board, and he's been very supportive. You can see I look good. We've been doing OOTD, techies by Santam, trousers by Santam, and the shirt by Santam. You can see the entire team is looking good. So, Dr. Kangale, we appreciate you. You've been our friend. You're now our friend. We've been together since last year, and you made a commitment that you'll be with us for this. Here you are, and now you're also pledging that next year we should continue. You will support. So we really appreciate you and your team. I believe your colleague is here. So we really appreciate your support. Send our regards back. We really appreciate it as a university, as a department. So thank you very much.
Good morning. Oh, Prof.
Oh, we actually forgot another guest. Oh, Susan from Santam. Oh, Susan is our person. I don't know how I forgot. She's our person. She's Dr. Kangale's colleague, and she's been supporting us as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to make a few recognition. I want to recognize colleagues from Mogalakwena District Municipality. I don't know them by face, but I know they are with us. Colleagues from Mogalakwena. Okay, we've got colleagues from the district, Capricorn District Municipality. I know we've got representation. We really thank you. We've got colleagues from Mopani. He came with Mr. Maponya at the back. Thank you very much for your support. And we really, really appreciate this support. Then we're saying when we're planning for 2027, we have to, all the district, pull together so that we can be able to address some of the contemporary problems that we are facing, especially with regard to issues of resilience and disaster. So we really, really appreciate. So we are saying even next year when we call, please avail yourself. I would like to recognize again our colleague, Miss Pillay, in the same school. She is the head of department in the Department of Public Administration. She's sitting over there. So we really appreciate your support. And yesterday we really appreciated Professor Sibanda, but I want to say again, when he's listening and he's here, to say, Prof, we really appreciate you. We really appreciate your support. We really appreciate your guidance. You continue to ensure that the hosting of the colloquium is a success, and you continue to ensure that the faculty moves and ensure that it addresses some of the key objectives of the university, which is research and ensuring research output. So we really, really appreciate you, and we really appreciate your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It has been a wonderful session. So we have not come to an end, but we will be breaking for coffee. It is currently 10:46. At exactly 11:00, we should all be seated in the same hall. Thank you.
the chair for these sessions. We are going to have, I think, 5 presentations. Can I just check? We have Ratombo, and then we have Klotse, we have Mudiba. Can Mudiba bring the presentation? We also have Maruma. We also have Gina. Yes. So our first presentation will be Ratombo NE. Ratombo. Each presenter will have 15 minutes to present, and then we'll have, at the end of the presentation, we'll have 5 minutes for Q&A after each and every presentation. Ms. Ratombo, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to the program director. My name is Ndivo. My surname is Ratombo. I'm attached to the Department of Economics. I am going to present the impact of gross domestic products, foreign direct investment, and digitalization resilience on climate change in South Africa. So, climate change as a whole, it talks to the world. These are the challenges which affect the world in general, which affect our weather patterns, our lives, our people, our sea levels, our rainfall patterns, our planet, our plants and crops, our environment, our economy, our landmarks, our ocean, temperatures, and our creatures in general. So this shows that the issue of climate change is not just the problem which is encountered at a country level, but it's a global challenge which remains a growing concern due to its failure to decouple economic growth from rising temperatures, particularly the carbon emission. The increasing weather events, including the rising temperature and changing rainfall patterns, continue to affect your agricultural and infrastructure, labor productivity, and livelihoods in Africa, where it faces food system paradox. You will realize or agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that during some of the key address of this colloquium yesterday, it was raised that the issue of climate change is a disaster constraint which needs disaster risk reduction. The issue of climate change, it also threatens Sub-Saharan African triple dichotomies, which is spatial planning, which affect the level of poverty reduction. It also affects the socio-economic development, which deals with your economic growth, and also the climate disaster risk, which need the mitigation, the response, prevention, preparedness, and also your adaptiveness to the climate change as a whole. The world has been facing dangerous climate change threats, which pose serious and frequent storms, by directing their effects on natural ecosystem and causing displacement of communities in most areas, particularly your coastal area and your wetlands. Communities that are reliant on agriculture, fishing and tourism face livelihoods devastation due to rising sea levels and increasing temperatures. Climate change dichotomy increases vulnerability and places significant pressure, not only on countries in isolation, but starting from the global perspective, moving down to the local economics by exacerbating geographical exposure and socio-economic factors, including the intrusion where you find that salt water move into a fresh water system. According to the World Weather Attribution 2024 and the United Nations World Food Programme estimates about 27.4 million people in Southern Africa countries, including your Zimbabwe, your Malawi, your Zambia, your Lesotho, and Namibia, are experiencing food security and starvation due to the direct actual threats to human security, which are posed by climate change and further results to extensive flooding, your El Nino-induced droughts, and also destructive tropical storms as some of the contributing factors, to list just a few. So some of the challenges or some of the risk or vulnerability, you find that they are geographically. So it's a lot, or the issue of climate change, it's showing that it have a lot of impacts to the whole world. The problem statement will focus on the case of South Africa. South Africa is not exceptional when compared to its other African countries, because it's at the same time experiencing and transcending several climate stress, climate vulnerability, which has made the country to be ranked in the position 38 in the Global Climate Performance Index. Climate change in South Africa is not just an environmental issue, but it also includes a mixture of existing issues, such as undermining the respect of the planet, the people, the profits which are made from the land, the peace and security, while expanding vulnerability by strengthening social economic challenges. Acting as a keen also displacement driver, especially to your coastal city and wetlands, and also increase the risk of social instability and tension. Even if South Africa has an open-minded climate change policies in place, yet there is lack of fundamental pillars to provide clear focus on climate security to address current climate change challenges. I'm happy to hear some of the mitigation strategy that were mentioned about the detection or automatic weather station detector, which has been placed in Chakuma and Capricorn, as alluded by the CENTEM representatives, to show that we are also trying the best to make sure that we minimize the impact of climate change. This climate change dilemma has made South Africa to struggle when seeking appropriate ways to maintain sustainable economic growth in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the goal number 13, which is expressed as climate action. You know that it's not only goal number 13, there are a lot of sustainable development goals which are affected by climate change, such as your goal number 11, which require decent cities and communities, such as goal number 8 of decent economic growth, and also affect the Sendai framework, by which and require the interplay to become both timely and necessary. So I was also happy when the Santam representative raised the issue that we should learn more about the Sendai framework, as it is not just a country, not created in a country context, but it's a global phenomenon or approach which we have to base our actions on it. So based on the Sendai framework, the country is expected to prevent new disasters while reducing the existing ones through the implementation of integrated and inclusive economic, structural, legal, social, health, cultural, education, environmental. So you will realize that our keynote speaker, Ms. Lebo, yesterday during a presentation, she indicated that a lot of departments in the province or in South Africa, they are operating but in solo, meaning that in order for the process to be complete, you'll have to move from one department to the other. Whereas the challenges of climate change, they call for integrated solution or working together. Hence, the scorching question remains of how gross domestic product, which represent the economic growth, and your FDI, which is foreign direct investment, and digitalization, which is proxy by internet users, can be used to minimize the effects of climate change. So the variables were selected due to their influence as catalyst of improvement. The FDI is a catalyst for multinational corporations when it comes to attracting foreign direct investment inflows. And then digitalization play the neutral role of exchange of information within communities and bridges the boundaries. The study is based on the 3 theoretical literatures, which is your Kuznets or environmental Kuznets curve, developed by Simon Kuznets in 1995. It was started to be introduced in 1955, and then augmented by Grossman in 1995 in a way of linking it to climate change, okay, for there. The ecological theory, which links the economic growth and the environment, and also the heaven pollution theory, which links FDI and the environment. These theories were found to be relevant to the South African context. Okay, the literature, empirical literature were presented as follows. Under the relationship of gross domestic product and climate change, we found valuable and also negative and positive relationship. Under the relationship between FDI and climate change, we found that FDI reduces climate change, especially in developed countries, and it's operate vice versa in developing countries, since the developed countries, they may place their climate vulnerable firms in developing countries. Then when it comes to digitalization and climate change, we found that digitalization can be used to reduce climate change. Okay, moving to the methodology, then the study employed descriptive statistics and correlation to determine the central tendency and quantify the variables, your kurtosis, your minimum, your maximum, and the correlation of variables. Data which was used, it was the annual time series data from the World Bank from 1994 to 2023. Model which is used is the autoregressive distributed lag, ARDL. The economic techniques which were employed is your unit root test, which is the ADF, augmented Tiki-Fuller, and the Phillips-Perron. And then co-integration was applied to check the bounce test and also your diagnostic and stability test. So that's the functional form of the model. Then after logging some variable, then the economic model, it symbolized that climate change in a form of carbon dioxide emission, LCO2, is a function of gross domestic product per capita growth. FDI, internet users, is a proxy for digitalization, while military expenditure as a percentage of growth and population growth were used as a control variable, since you realize that most of the urgent situations, sometimes they require military interventions. Based on the descriptive statistics, we noted a negative skewness of the climate variable and GDP, whereas based on the Jacobian normality, the variables have been normally distributed due to space and time. The correlation, it only showed that the military expenditure exhibit a negative correlation, whereas some of the variables were positively correlated. Then your unit root, ADF, and PP, which is Phillips parent, confirm a mixture of order 1 and I1 variables, which agrees for the auto-regressive distributed lag test to be conducted. Then based on that, first we determined the bounce test, and we found that you have a 7.20, which is greater than both 2.14, which is the lower bound, and 3.34, which is the upper bound at 5% level of significance. This test also confirmed the long-run relationship. Based on the long-run results, we see that all the variables are significant. All the variables are significant between 1% and 5%, whereas all the variables provide positive influence to climate change, except the population growth, which is negative. So in the short run period, FDI and military expenditure were found to be insignificant. So this equation confirms the long-run relationship and shows that these results are in line with the environmental Kuznets curve and the ecological modernization theory and some of the scholars which we have indicated. Okay, the speed of adjustment is negative 0.144, which symbolizes that the model will adjust to balance after some period. Based on your diagnostic test, all the variables, the Godfrey, the Glacier, the Arch, the Harvey test, they confirm significant at 5% level. There is stability in the model. And then I will quickly switch to the recommendations. Then this study recommends that there should be prioritization of early warning system in climate hotspots within communities based through adaptations approach or for critical addressing increasing frequency and severe climate-related disaster in South Africa to provide sensible and accurate information regarding looming weather and to mitigate human and socio-economics. And also recommend that there should be dissemination of information like the flood management plan to reach the local community. I thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ratombo, for the presentation. Can we have questions, comments from the floor? Any questions from the floor? Anyone? No questions. Any questions? Yes, comments, questions.
Okay.
Did you get my point, madam?
Yes, I get your point. The
Yes.
reason.
No, so when you do a PowerPoint, you do points.
Yes.
Yeah, don't write sentences and read them. You know, you do your points because you need to remember. They just help you to remember. And then you talk to us, the audience, and you tell us your story. That is the only comment, but the study is excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam, one question from me. I just want to understand in what way would climate change affect FDI. I think Dr. Kangala mentioned something about a case of, I think, Toyota. So, in your view, how would climate change affect FDI? Thank you.
When we talk about FDI, it's foreign direct investment, which operate through multinational company. So climate change affect FDI, especially in developing countries, because you realize that the other thing which made developing countries to be more vulnerable is that we don't have enough resource. So it means we become victims of the developed economies in such a way that even if they can propose to say, as part of investment, they are suggesting that we host a particular industry which is damaging the environment. We don't have choice since we heavily depend on foreign direct inflows. So in that way, it hampers the environment. Because if you realize, the more we increase the environmental issues, especially when we capacitate human capital through industries, it goes back and affects our environmental degradation issue.
Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Our next presenter is Ms. Klotze. Ms. Klotze.
Good day, everyone. I am Hlotsa Mmakwena Violet, a master's candidate in development planning and management at the University of Limpopo. I will be presenting on post-mining rehabilitation inadequacies and their implications for environmental sustainability in South Africa. In South Africa, there are open mining shafts across all regions where mining took place. These shafts remain open and unmonitored, posing threats to people and animals. Despite strong mining legislation in South Africa, which some of the scholars such as Erasmus and Potkia commend for being the best in the African region, enforcement gaps and corruption continue to mean that mining companies neglect rehabilitation after closure. This paper therefore examines the inadequacies of post-mining rehabilitation in South Africa and their implications for environmental sustainability. Moving right along to literature review, my review is divided into three sub-themes. The first one being mining legislative framework in South Africa. In South Africa, the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act 28 of 2002 is the primary mining law. However, in 2015, its environmental provisions, including rehabilitation financial regulations, were repealed and incorporated into the National Environmental Management Act 107 of 1998. However, some of the provisions still remain with the MPRDA. So, the MPRDA requires that mining companies should develop and implement social, labor, and environmental management plans as part of their mining rights application. However, it can be argued that most mining companies in South Africa only develop these plans perfectly on paper just to get acceptance to carry on with mining operation. NEMA, on the other hand, also establishes a dual obligation. Under Chapter 7, Section 28(1), it stipulates that all parties responsible for environmental harm must take reasonable measures to prevent, minimize, or remedy pollution degradation. And while also Chapter 5, Section 24P compels mining right holders to secure adequate financial provision for rehabilitation, closure, and pollution treatment. On the environmental effects, we have environmental pollution from tailings, land contamination from mining waste. Moving right along to socio-economic effects, the current short-term low-cost rehabilitation is unsustainable and it undermines access to productive land that could support agriculture, grazing, or other alternative livelihoods or development projects. For the methodology, this paper adopted a qualitative desktop research approach using secondary sources of data to examine post-mining rehabilitation inadequacies and their implications for environmental sustainability in South Africa. A systematic search was conducted on library databases, institutional repositories, and official government websites to mine this secondary data. The data was then analyzed thematically. The inclusion criteria focused on documents on mining rehabilitation that were published between the years 2022 and 2026. This paper revealed that mining remains an important contributor to South Africa's economy, contributing 6% of GDP, nearly 500,000 jobs, and 43.6 billion in tax in 2024. However, alongside these positive benefits, there are also abandoned mines that still continue to cause severe environmental and social challenges. Acid mining drainage, Acid mining drainage contaminates the rivers and groundwater, tailings reduce soil fertility, biodiversity is degraded, and dust residues cause respiratory problems. Unrehabilitated and abandoned mines leave behind open pits, waste dumps, and polluted water sources, limiting land's potential for farming, housing, and other productive uses. And therefore, rehabilitation should not be a once-off process. It should incorporate experts to ensure that, for example, if one mine says that after rehabilitating land, it will be used for grazing, they should incorporate experts to ensure that they consistently monitor to check if whether indeed the soil is fertile for grazing, and also whatever that they will plant there will not be harmful to animals that will be consuming it. Moving right along, this paper concludes that mining rehabilitation is not adequately prioritized in South Africa despite its critical importance. Although the legislative framework is robust on paper, issues such as weak compliance and poor enforcement continue to undermine sustainable development in the mining industry. And remember that sustainable development is development that incorporates all the three pillars of sustainability, which are social, economic, and environmental. We cannot say development is sustainable if maybe it prioritizes one or two pillars of sustainability while leaving the other one to suffer. And in most cases, mining companies, despite causing a lot of environmental degradation, they tend to neglect the environmental pillar of sustainability. Rehabilitation is often treated as a compliance requirement rather than a genuine commitment, leaving communities exposed to long-term environmental degradation and socio-economic effects. This just reflects weak governance and poor accountability, ultimately undermining the credibility of South Africa's sustainability agenda. As I've already highlighted, what is sustainable development? This paper recommends that rehabilitation must be reframed to move beyond just being a compliance tool, to also ensure that it is a binding socio-economic and environmental responsibility tool. Stronger monitoring and stricter penalties for non-compliance are also essential to ensure that mining companies start the rehabilitation planning process while still in operation. Most importantly, rehabilitation funds should be treated as part of every mine's operational costs. These funds could be deducted on a quarterly or annual basis, ensuring that contributions are made consistently throughout the mine's operational life rather than postponed until closure. And just to complement this, there can also be independent audits to ensure that each and every mine indeed does contribute towards rehabilitation, and also to ensure that whichever department or industry is responsible for overseeing such funds also does not misuse the funds, and also that there should be accountability in cases whereby funds are misused. I mean, funds that were meant for rehabilitation are misused. And that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hlotze, for the concise presentation, for finishing within the allocated time. So we have more time for Q&A. Colleagues, can I take questions, comments from the floor? I'll start from my right. The two hands in the middle. Yes. In that order, please.
Thank you for the great presentation and a very interesting topic. I have few questions and a comment or a contribution to your study. First of all, in terms of your recommendations, you spoke about the impacts on farming, health, and water, but in terms of your recommendation, you did not touch on those aspects. So I want to ask, what can you recommend in terms of the impacts on water, health, and farming? The other thing, you only spoke on your methodology about the inclusion criteria, but what about exclusion criteria? What did you exclude in terms of your methodology? And then the last question, in terms of your recommendation, given that we are advancing in terms of technology, in terms of the strategies, what can you recommend basically for mining industries? What can they utilize in terms of technological equipment or facilities in order to ensure that they do use user-friendly machines or software or other strategies to ensure that we sustain our environment? Lastly, I have a comment from your presentation. I did not see your theoretical framework. I don't know if you missed it. If not, to enrich your study, I think you must ensure that you at least adopt a theory that is going to guide your study, and that you'll ultimately ensure that it enriches also your methodology and your literature review. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ramoshaba James. I also have just two questions. The first one is on the methodology part, where you have indicated that you have adopted a desk-based study. However, when you were presenting, you did not make a mention of any legislation that you will be precisely looking at in order to identify certain patterns that exist with regards to those legislations and how they are directly translated in terms of addressing the issue in practice. And then the second one, it's just a request from you as the author to say you have recommended that in one of the recommendations you make mention of the monitoring strategies to ensure that this rehabilitation takes place properly. Maybe just inform us maybe practical measures that you think of when you speak of this concept of monitoring in terms of ensuring that the rehabilitation is conducted properly. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Mine is not long. I like standing because, yeah. So mine is not. I think I'm covered by the latter speakers in terms of the questions and everything. However, let me be of interest of my understanding on your research. Is that your presentation? For me, I think I failed, or maybe I did not get in depth of the presentation as and when I'm listening because of time. I needed to hear at least like the link between the theme and the title, of course. Although is some parts of it is there, but however, I needed to hear at least some part of it, like most of it covering the theme of this colloquium. But I'm well covered by the latter speakers in terms of how you presented. Thank you. Oh, it's my mic now.
Thank you so much for the questions and the comments. Okay. On the question of what I would recommend for the impacts on water, health, and farming. For water specifically, I would recommend that there be for water, I would specifically start by recommending that mining companies should properly manage their waste so that the waste that they produce during their operation does not go into rivers to pollute the rivers, right? And on health, I would suggest that, on the issue of health, I would suggest that there be mechanisms to ensure that soil pollution is combated so that it does not end up affecting the general public, causing respiratory health issues. On the issue of farming, I would just take it back to rehabilitation, that after rehabilitating the land, maybe they should ensure that whatever measures that they take to rehabilitate the land, after that it is conducive and productive for agriculture. And I also mentioned the issue of incorporating experts, and that's where those experts come in, because they will be working together hand in hand with those mining companies to ensure that whatever measures they take, they ensure that they leave the soil fertile and conducive for agriculture. Okay. Moving right along to the exclusion criteria, I excluded unpublished materials. I also excluded anything that was not published between the years 2022 and 2026, with only the exception of the acts that I have used in this paper. On the question of user-friendly machines, I don't think I can answer this one. Yes, on the theoretical framework, I did not include any theoretical framework, but I will look into it and see a theoretical framework that I can incorporate to make the study stronger. And someone asked another question about legislations. Okay, give me a minute. I included the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act 28 of 2002, as well as the National Environmental Management Act 107 of 1998. And I have also touched somewhere that although these acts together set provisions for mining companies to ensure that the environment is also taken care of in the process of the development activity, they do not really implement such provisions in practice. It can be that they draft their proposal or plans properly on paper so that they can get acceptance. However, when it comes to practice, they do not take the necessary measures that are needed in order for them to care for the environment. Or if they do it partially so. And then we can see this with the way that a lot of mining companies in South Africa are not rehabilitating after operation. Okay. Someone also asked about practical measures in terms of monitoring to ensure that rehabilitation take place. As we already have the Department of Public Service Monitoring and Evaluation, I think that can also come into place so that we do not create a dual responsibility for departments. I think in a way they can find a way to ensure that they also take the responsibility of monitoring mining companies to ensure that firstly they put aside money either quarterly or annually for rehabilitation purposes. And after that, that's when they can check their plans on how they are planning to rehabilitate their mines, and they can form part of the process to ensure that whatever it is that they have put on paper, when they said that this is how we will rehabilitate this mine, they be there to monitor and evaluate to ensure that they are indeed following their plan that was put on paper. I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Klotze, for the presentation. For the sake of time, I'm not going to take further questions. I think that was enough. Moving right along, our next presenter is Mudiba Phineas. Is Mudiba Phineas here? Okay, it looks like Mudiba is not here. Our next presenter then will be Maruma. So the title is The Role of Municipal Planning Systems and Implementation Towards the Promotion of Environmental Ethics, a case study of Polokwane Local Municipality, South Africa. The stage is yours, 15 minutes.
Good day. I hope everyone is doing well. My name is Maruma Popi, and I'll be presenting my master's paper titled The Role of Municipal Planning Systems and Implementation Towards the Promotion of Environmental Ethics, a case study of Polokwane Local Municipality, South Africa. So before I continue, this is an ongoing study, so I haven't yet collected data, so it's not a full paper. And also, I'm being supervised by Prof. N.J. Mugweli. So, I'm moving on to the introduction and background. So, municipal planning systems is understood as the various ways through which local authorities regulate land use, infrastructure, and service delivery for the purpose of promoting local sustainable development. So it is, municipal planning systems are important for managing the link between urban growth and the environment, with the goal of promoting sustainability through land use control and resource management. So it is understood that within the municipality, IDPs and SDFs, meaning integrated development plans and sustainable development frameworks, are intended to guide sustainable development. So the effectiveness of municipal planning in promoting environmental ethics is often questioned because tools such as IDPs and SDFs tend to prioritize compliance over ethical integration. So this is due to a limited institutional capacity, weak enforcement, and competing socio-economic priorities, wherein they often result in environmental issues being treated as secondary during implementation. So moving on to environmental ethics, it is understood as a guide to a moral foundation for environmental decision making, but its application is limited by the need to balance environmental protection with with economic development and service delivery. So it is understood that environmental ethics provide a guide to municipalities on how they should treat the environment without harming and misusing the natural resources found on the environment. Moving on to the problem statement. So environmental sustainability has become a global concern as cities face challenges such as climate change, pollution, and inadequate waste management systems. So at the municipal level, like I mentioned, IDPs and SDFs are intended to incorporate environmental ethics into development processes. So these tools are designed to integrate environmental ethics into development processes, but implementation remains weak in many cities. So the reason why usually implementation remains weak is due to institutional capacities and limited funding. So in Polokwane, fast urbanization puts strain on natural resources, and while environmental issues are included in planning documents, the execution is frequently poor owing to a lack of institutional capacity, insufficient funding, and poor enforcement of legislation. Moving on to the research aims and objectives. So the research aim for this study is to investigate the role of municipal planning system and implementation towards the promotion of environmental ethics and recommend measures to foster environmental ethics in the city of Polokwane, Limpopo Province, South Africa. So moving on to the research objectives, the first objective is to examine the significance of promoting environmental ethics in cities. The second one is to investigate the extent to which municipal planning systems and their implementation contribute towards environmental ethics in cities. The third objective is to explore the challenges affecting the implementation of municipal planning systems in promoting environmental ethics. The fourth one is to examine the role that municipal planning systems play in environmental ethics with attention to the gap between planning and implementation. And then the last one is to recommend measures to enhance the implementation of municipal planning systems towards the contribution, towards the promotion of environmental ethics in South African cities. Moving on to the research methodology. So the study has adopted, on research paradigm, the study has adopted the interpretivism research paradigm, which focuses on understanding the individual and their interpretation of the world around them. And then moving on to the research design, the appropriate research design that the study has adopted is the descriptive research design, and the approach the study has adopted is qualitative research approach. Moving on to the target population, the significant stakeholders involve officials in the Planning and Economic Development Directorate, environmental and waste management officials, as well as the city manager and informal sectors within the city. And then on sampling, purposive sampling is the non-probability sampling that will be used in this study. And the sample size involves 25 participants, including, I made a mistake here. It's supposed to be 50 municipal officials and 10 informal sectors. So moving on to the data collection techniques. So the appropriate method for collecting data includes interview schedule and observation method. So moving on to the data analysis. So data will be examined using qualitative thematic analysis, and interviews will be imported into NVivo 12. So moving on to trustworthiness and rigor. So credibility will be enhanced through triangulation of data sources, and then transferability will be supported through a thick description of the Polokwane local municipality context. So dependability will be strengthened by clearly outlining the research design, data collection procedures, and analysis process. And then confirmability will be achieved by ensuring that interpretations are grounded in the data. On the ethical consideration, so before data will be collected, ethical approval will be obtained from the Teaching and Research Ethics Committee to ensure compliance with ethical standards. And also participation will be voluntary, and participants will be properly informed about the study's aims and criteria. So before interviewing the participants, informed consent will be collected to verify that they grasp the study and agree to participate. So confidentiality and anonymity will be maintained throughout the study, and the researcher will ensure that participants are free of any physical, mental, or professional harm. Moving on to the significance of the study. So the study examines the gap between environmental policy and implementation in planning systems in municipal planning systems in South Africa. And it provides a practical insight on how environmental ethics can be effectively integrated into planning tools like IDPs and SDFs. So the study also highlights key challenges like limited resources, weak enforcement, and institutional constraints that affect environmental sustainability. So this study also contributes to sustainable development by supporting Sustainable Development Goal 11, which focuses on sustainable communities and cities, and Sustainable Development Goal 12, and Sustainable Development Goal number 13. So moving on to the literature review. On theoretical literature, the study has adopted sustainable development theory, which arose from the environmental science and economics and was officially introduced by the World Commission on Environment and Development in 1987. So this theory promotes integration of environmental protection, economic development, and social equity as core development principles. It also highlights that development needs, the present generation meet their development needs without prioritizing future generations' ability to meet theirs. So in Polokwane, this includes ensuring that urban expansion does not negatively affect environmentally sensitive areas such as wetlands and green spaces. So moving on to empirical literature, it is divided into 4 sub-themes. The first theme is significance of promoting environmental ethics. So, like I mentioned, environmental ethics refers to the moral principles that guide human interaction with the environment, including responsible resource use and environmental protection. So globally, environmental ethics is recognized as a foundation for sustainable development, especially in rapidly urbanizing countries such as China, India, and Brazil. So rapid urbanization in these countries has contributed to environmental challenges like pollution, biodiversity loss, and land degradation. And then research shows that environmental awareness alone is not sufficient without strong enforcement mechanisms. So since I don't have time, I'll move to the second theme. The second theme is the extent to which municipal planning systems contribute to environmental ethics. So, municipal planning systems are widely acknowledged as effective instruments for promoting environmental ethics, since they govern land use, control development, and influence urban development outcomes. So their success is mostly determined by how effectively planning frameworks are constructed and implemented, with the idea of ecologically ethical cities stressing the incorporation of sustainability into urban governance. So in China, robust planning mechanisms have facilitated large-scale environmental initiatives like infrastructure construction and environmental restoration. So in South Africa, these planning tools incorporate sustainability concepts, but their implementation at local level is frequently uneven. So I mentioned a lot in this presentation that this is caused by limited resources, poor enforcement, institutional obstacles, and limited funding. So moving on to the third theme, which is challenges of municipal planning systems on environmental ethics. So municipal planning systems around the world confront numerous challenges in advocating environmental ethics, especially in developing emerging economies. So problems such as rapid urbanization, limited institutional capacity, and conflicting development priorities all impair planning systems' capacity to promote environmental sustainability in nations like China and India. But however, these problems are both institutional and societal or behavioral. So environmental outcomes are also influenced by public knowledge, community involvement, and adherence to environmental standards. Moving on to the last theme, which is the role of municipal planning systems in promoting environmental ethics. So at the international level, the role of municipal planning systems is highlighted with respect to their ability to facilitate the incorporation of environmental ethics in urban governance systems. So in countries and cases like China, the importance of planning systems is regulating development processes, natural resource conservation, and the promotion of sustainable urban forms is highlighted. So this is supported by the argument that cities with well-established planning systems have a high likelihood of attaining better outcomes with okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maruma, for the presentation. It's time for questions, comments from the floor. I'll start here, and then this side. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5. Dr. Masinya will be the last. Thank you. First one. So you'll know the questions now.
Yeah, just going to be short. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much for the lovely presentation. However, the first mistake that you have done is to announce your supervisor in front of us, because what we're going to do is that we're not going to direct questions to you, but that's all I wanted to say. But because you were honest to us to say that the study is not finished, then but I have to be honest. So
But
there's no need for us to come into detail because it's not finished. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. Chair, by the way, I work for government, so whatever advice I give to you must take it with a pinch of salt. I'm not exactly someone who should be advising you academically. Chair, I am tempted, Poppy, you have the right name, by the way, to make it. I'm tempted to ask you what environmental ethics is. I really am tempted, but I won't, because I think the better comment is that it's very important to always define these concepts, because I think in a setting like this, you've got people from different backgrounds. It's very important to define what environmental ethics is. And by the way, the same goes with mining rehabilitation. I picked that one up as well to say this is what I mean. So it's not a question, but it's really for everyone to define and just bring everyone on board in terms of exactly the points that you'll be talking to. I think the last part is that one of the elements that's missing is the problem statement. So for example, I kept on asking myself, why Polokwane? What is so special about Polokwane as a case study insofar as it relates to the subject that you are talking to? So in other words, picking up from the comment that was made, at least it's still ongoing, unless if it's too late to change a case study. But I would rather consider perhaps a district or locality that has a biosphere to a certain extent, because then, you'll be able to justify why you're going into that area and the implications thereof. But as far as Polokwane is concerned, I'm yet to be convinced why it would be important for us to zoom into that locality on this topic. Thank you.
Okay, wait, can I answer your question now that you asked?
The Chair.
Okay, I'll wait.
Oh, it's me now. Thank you very much, Madam Poppy. First of all, students make this mistake. Sustainable development is not a theory. I keep saying this. It's a paradigm. There's a good article by Tom Bass. He speaks about that. The title of the article is Sustainable Development, a Bird's Eye View. So sustainable development is not a theory. Never say it's a theory. It's a paradigm. And then the second thing is that if you look, for example, to agree with the previous gentleman, is that I wanted to advise you that maybe consider the Capricorn District region, because you may find that at the municipal level, at Polokwane municipality, most of the projects that you have to do environmental impact assessment, they are approved by the Capricorn District municipality, not by Polokwane municipality. And then that is the second comment. So maybe you need to increase your study to Capricorn region, which will include Polokwane municipality. For this reason, if you download the IDP of Polokwane municipality, you do a keyword search. You type climate change in the IDP. You may find that it's only mentioned once or twice. You type environment. Here, what is the reason? The reason is that in planning tools that you're speaking about, like IDP and SDF, they normally don't mention environmental protection. Instead, what they do, at the ground, they do projects that support environmental protection. I'll give you an example. There's a project called Leeto la Polokwane, where they do their buses. You know, those buses, they help because they remove the number of cars on the road, which is a contribution to what? Climate change mitigation, the cutting down of greenhouse gases. At the Capricorn District Municipality, what they do is this. When you apply for any project, you submit an environmental impact assessment to them. They approve it or they disapprove it. That is part of where the municipality does environmental protection. So my point is this, and this is my last point. So when you look at China, you give examples of China. You must look at what China did at the planning level and at the implementation level. So, and then you must look at what we are doing in CDM and Polokwane Municipality at the implementation level, so that when you are done with your study at the end, you can say, I recommend that, based on the evidence that I've gathered, that next time when they do the IDP, they must do X, Y, Z. Because IDP is planning, it's not what? Implementation, which are two different things.
Yes, the supervisor.
Can we keep our questions, comments short, please?
Thank you very much. Nice presentation. And because there was a disclaimer, Prof. Mokole is my friend, I'll tread carefully. Your methodology, you said it's qualitative and you'll be conducting interviews with the stakeholders and so forth, but I'm interested in what type of interviews are you going to conduct? Second one, you said your data analysis, you're going to use a software NVivo 12. And at the back of my mind, I'm like, we have the latest version, which is 15, which was published in August 2024. So my question is, why NVivo 12? And then I would like to add to the other speaker, I think it's from Mopani, saying that you must define your concepts. And not only define, when you define, you must also operationalize. Because definitions are broad. When you operationalize, you tell us what does it mean in terms of your study. Lastly, a burning one for the latter presenter. Due to time, I couldn't make this contribution. Given that she could not answer one of the questions, very understandable, meaning that it's a gap that you must look into. And then the other thing, in terms of recommendations, precisely what you must look into, you must check your findings. So when you recommend, you don't broadly recommend, but also you must tap into your findings. That's why I did ask on the impact of water, health, and what do you recommend? So that's my contribution. Thanks.
The Dean.
No, thank you very much. Just a short one. One would wish that, particularly, Prof, when we advise or comment, particularly if the presenters are students, we not only give them a headache by saying, for instance, that sustainable development is not a theory. Of course, it's treated as a paradigm, sometimes, as a guiding framework, normative framework. Others will also, use it differently, but it's not a theory. And it is informed by several theories. You can go from resilience theory, you can go from, so many theories that will then inform this particular paradigm. What I'm just saying that now, let's not throw them off, the wagon by not saying, perhaps consider the following theories. That was just my input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I will not have a preface. Mine is just to correct. You said teaching what on your...
Yes, TREC.
TREC. It's TEFLUOP.
Oh.
Right, and then just out of curiosity, why did you discuss literature review out of your proposal? Because literature review is a section within the proposal. Why did you decide to leave it out? discuss everything and then go back to literature review as a standalone section. Thank you.
Answering, I think it's Miss Peladi, right? Peladi, right? Okay. You asked what type of interview am I going to use? I'm going to use semi-structured. I'm going to use semi-structured interviews. Yes. And then to the gentleman there from the government, he asked why I chose Polokwane as a context, as a specific context for this study. So I wanted to answer him, but Prof. Nkwana said focus solely on the Capricorn district and then include Polokwane in it. But I feel like I should answer, but I don't know if I'm gonna answer you. Okay, you didn't ask a question. Okay, thank you. Oh, software, NVivo 12. NVivo 12, it's used for coding. So the one that you mentioned that you said it's new. It has been released like not long ago. I didn't look into it. I don't wanna lie. Oh, 12 is an old version. Okay, I'll take it into consideration. Okay, thank you. Oh, with Mr. Masinya, your question is saying, why did I remove literature from my proposal? You're curious. I didn't remove it in my proposal. Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ms. Maruma, for the presentation. Our last presenter for this session is Mr. Tina from the University of South Africa. The title of the presentation is Spatial Planning as a Catalyst for Inclusive Economic Growth and Climate Disaster Resilience in Sub-Saharan Africa.
Once again, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a humble honor to be in front of you, all of you, in such difficult times as young people, young academics, researchers, supervisors, and also all protocol observed. Yeah, let me not waste much time. Yeah, I'm starting. In presenting my presentation, I did this in terms of honoring the month of July, of which is the Mandela month. And then in my introduction, Nelson Mandela month is such a month whereby we should all see to it then how do we then, when we come to such events, see to what is it that we must do or what is it that we must say? However, let me get to the presentation. Mandela Month reminds us that sustainable development must place humanity, equality, and justice at the center of public policy. Nelson Mandela envisioned an Africa where every citizen enjoys dignity, equal opportunities, and inclusive development. Despite notable economic progress, Sub-Saharan continues to experience rapid urbanization, climate disaster, infrastructures deficits, and spatial inequality. These challenges threaten sustainable livelihoods and inclusive economic growth. This study explores how spatial planning can become a transformative governance tool that advances both economic development and climate resilience while promoting the values of social justice championed by Nelson Mandela as the first black president of South Africa. Next slide, please. Is it me who's controlling the slides? Is it me? Okay. Oh yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the aim and objectives of the study, the aim is to examine how spatial planning can promote inclusive economic growth and strengthen climate disaster resilience across Sub-Saharan Africa. One of the reasons why I chose Sub-Saharan Africa, it will then come later as and when I'm presenting. Objectives: examine the relationship between spatial planning and economic growth. Assess the contribution of spatial planning to climate disaster resilience. Identify governance challenges affecting planning systems. Explore best practices from selected African countries. Recommend policy interventions for sustainable development. Research questions. The study seeks to answer the following questions. How does spatial planning influence inclusive growth? How can spatial planning reduce climate disaster risks? What governance systems support resilient development? Which planning approaches have proven successful across Sub-Saharan Africa? What policy recommendations can strengthen spatial planning for future sustainability? Problem statement. Sub-Saharan Africa faces growing developmental challenges characterized by rapid urbanization, climate change, increasing disaster risks, infrastructure shortages, spatial inequality, persistent poverty, weak institutional coordination. Current planning system often fail to integrate economic development with environmental sustainability, increasing vulnerability to disasters and limiting inclusive growth. This study argues that integrated spatial planning provides a strategic solution to these interconnected challenges. The research methodology. Research design. Qualitative research, data sources, peer-reviewed journal articles, government policy documents, international development reports, planning legislations, institutional publications. The method. In terms of the method, ladies and gentlemen, we have got the literature review, content analysis, comparative analysis of selected African countries. Study area, Sub-Saharan Africa. In terms of the literature review, the study is informed by spatial planning theory, resilience theory, sustainable development theory, inclusive economic
growth framework, disaster risk reduction framework. It is further guided by Sustainable Development Goals, African Union Agenda 2063, SADC framework for disaster risk reduction. These frameworks, ladies and gentlemen, collectively support integrated planning that promotes environmental sustainability, social inclusion, and economic transformation. The findings and discussions. The key findings of the study: effective spatial planning improves economic productivity. Coordinated infrastructure stimulates investment. Integrated planning reduces disaster vulnerability. Climate responsive infrastructure strengthens resilience. GIS and geospatial technologies improves planning decisions. Community participation enhances sustainable development. Institutional coordination is essential for effective implementation. The case studies in my study highlights the countries of Rwanda, South Africa, Kenya, and Mozambique. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, spatial planning is not merely a land use management tool. Yes, it is a strategic driver of sustainable development, inclusive economic growth, and climate resilience. To realize Africa's development aspirations, governments must listen and listen very carefully. This is the end of everything. Number one, to realize Africa's development aspirations, government must, number one, strengthen institutional coordination. Number two, invest in resilient infrastructure. Number three, integrate climate adaptation into planning systems. Number four, promote evidence-based decision making. Don't just go theory but without practical. Number five, foster inclusive community participation. University. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, happy Mandela Month and happy Nelson Mandela Day tomorrow. Whatever that you are doing tomorrow, I don't care, I'm not there, but do it for Mandela. Thank you. Was I brief?
Thank you so much, Mr. Qina, for the presentation and also finishing within allocated time. We still had 5 minutes, so it means it will add to the Q&A 5 minutes. So we have 10 minutes for Q&A to engage with you. Any questions, comments from the floor?
Hey, I see a lot of hands here. I'm going to be grilled here.
All right. I will start in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a lot. Let me take 5 hands first. You will be the 5th, and then the last round will be that side. In that order, please. Yeah. From here.
No, thanks very much, Mr. Bernard. My question is very simple. I believe my colleagues will tackle other questions because the logic of the study from research questions and everything, it's the problem. My question is this.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote a paper on local economic development as a permanent management strategy. You said you want to explore how spatial planning 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
My question is, What is your problem? I didn't get your problem very well there on a problem statement. Is the SPLUMA the problem, or the problem is the lack of implementation of SPLUMA or spatial planning? What is your problem? Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Woshomani Martin, and my question is actually straightforward.
Okay.
Two of them. What is your research title? Because I only just heard Mandela Day.
Hey, sharp.
And again, you're focusing on, here, and I just want clarity. You're focusing on Sub-Saharan Region, which consists of 49 countries. So I don't know which country or where do you study for? I think it also goes with this question about your problem statement and so on. So can you please provide clarity?
Thank you. Don't bite me for asking questions. You know, always when I present, when people don't ask questions, I panic. So I believe this is a learning curve.
Yes.
So you spoke about spatial planning, and I'm glad that you mentioned Mandela, because our cities, the way they are fragmented, it's because of the apartheid legacies and spatial sprawls and so forth. So in terms of trying to correct that, what do you recommend, given that your study is speaking about spatial planning and economic growth? Secondly, I think the latter speaker asked the question, you spoke about doing a comparative analysis on sub-Saharan African countries, but you didn't specify which countries. So the comparative analysis, which countries were you comparing? And so I think it was lacking in terms of the findings. What did you really find from the comparative analysis that you have conducted? You spoke that you have adopted 3 theories. I was able to know 2. You did not give really context in terms of how do you interrelate them according to your study. And then lastly, you spoke about a recommendation on investing in resilient infrastructure. One would ask that because the government will always say that we are operating on unlimited demands but a limited budget. How does your recommendation go in terms of ensuring that we do finance the infrastructure apart from the government coffers? Thanks.
Thanks very much, colleagues. I have only 2 comments and 1 question. The first comment, I think it can also go to some of the presenters who already presented here. It's with regards to the presentations in terms of color coordination. The slides, they tend to not be visible, and I think it's because we want to make our presentations colorful. But if we fail to at least have proper color coordination ability, maybe let's just stick to black and white, so that in instances like these ones, we do not struggle to read your slides. And then the second comment to our presenter is that I believe one aspect that continues to discombobulate us as your audience is that you throw terms or concept, but you do not in any way try to link them or show the relationship of those concepts within your particular study. For instance, they asked questions of which countries are you specifically looking at, and towards the end of your presentation, I think you identified 4 countries. So I'm not sure if those countries are the ones that you are looking at or not. And then if they are not, those countries which you just made mention of, how do they then inform your study, or what significant role do they then play in your study? Thanks very much.
Oh, she's covered program director.
I can answer. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. I did it deliberately in terms of the title there, my brother, because I believe each one of us here has got the program and knows that this particular speaker is going to speak on this particular title because of time. But however, let me not give an excuse and do justice to the house by reading it out loud so that everyone gets satisfied. The title of my presentation is Spatial Planning as a Catalyst for Inclusive Economic Growth and Climate Disaster Resilience in Sub-Saharan countries. And then in answering to the problem of the study, in terms of the problem, I did indicate that my study is how the Sub-Saharan countries are affected by the disaster, and looking into the South African context, because I chose the Sub-Saharan countries, but in any way to give a practical example in coming to the South African parts, is that we had the floods here in Limpopo earlier this year. So that is one part that the economy got to be affected in terms of the disaster. So, but in terms of what I wanted to say, in terms of the problem there, this is a research paper for me. I'm going to be honest. And in terms of this research paper for me, it's not really a doctoral or a master's paper, ladies and gentlemen, but I try, because it's my fourth paper presentation, of which when I get to that part of being at your level of the academic space of my study, of master's and doctoral, I would have collected all those papers and get my thesis in order. I so wish that you can understand that one of the reasons why I focus on African countries, of which my brother here wants to know the countries that I focused on, of which I mentioned in the case study, which is Rwanda, South Africa, Kenya, and Mozambique. Are you clear? Thank you. And then in terms of the recommendation, Ms. Pillay, I did indicate that what needed to be done in terms of the disaster and the findings, of course, in my study is that one of the crises that we have, of the recent crisis that we had of xenophobic attacks and everything, it goes to the questions of the spatial development that we have around the rural communities and everything. The government, the representative from Mopani can also agree to me that the traditional authorities or the traditional affairs, together with government, they need to interrelate towards these problems that we are facing. Because not only that this study that we do relates only to the problems that we encounter in African countries only, but even ours, because we have our African brothers and sisters, that of which, like you indicated, Ms. Pillay, that the problem started from way back. So right now, as and when the government tries to develop the communities and the urbans, they need to find it out that they reach each and every stakeholder so that they can correlate as to how they develop the spatial planning, like the issues of the traditional affairs at the rural areas there. They don't follow the spatial planning of the municipalities or the government when they allocate land for a person who wants to who want to live in a particular place. So one of the challenges that we have is that one. One of the reasons why I indicated that Polokwane municipality, I indicated that because I know that there is that, what is that thing? There is that special development, department in that Polokwane, of which in itself, if you can check, there's an MMC dealing for those things. But if he was here to can listen to whatever that we indicate, like my study, of course, he would clearly answer most of the things that you see when you talk about this one. Here you are correct, here you are not correct. So you, fellow colleagues, thank you very much. I don't know, whoever that I've missed, pardon me, I know I'm with you.
Before you go off the stage, I think let's take, just to do justice, there are colleagues who still wants to engage with you. Can we take one round, a last round of, okay? 1, 2, 3, yes. Please keep it short. Lunch is getting cold.
Yeah, thanks very much, and I would like to welcome your wonderful presentation. I'm Netengwe here. One is in relation to your second objective. You mentioned about climate disaster resilience, but throughout your presentation, I failed to hear any disaster that was mentioned. But as you were answering some previous questions, you mentioned some sorts of floods. So I would like to recommend that, for example, even within the full paper, you mentioned those climate disasters so that you can be aware of. And the last question, I would like to just check with you to say what were some of the recent sources that you have consulted, and what was the gap in knowledge that you have identified that you seek to close with your study? Because I feel like you already have much studies that deals with spatial planning and the issue of climate disasters. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine will start with a quotation that I got from a conference of this nature by Tina.
Yes.
It says, don't go theory without practical. And I think that is exactly what would be my comment to say. I'll be fair. I mean, the scope of this your study is very ambitious. It includes myriad of concepts like inclusive economic growth, climate disaster resilience, spatial planning. Well, those are the concepts that have got a variety or also myriad of theories that which really you cannot
concise in one.
Yes, you and also to be practical. There is this word you used on your title to say, as a catalyst, spatial planning as a catalyst to those concepts. Well, it actually assumes that you are already saying there's a causal relationship of some sort. So why would we want to research what we already know? I think we have to conceptualize it, otherwise it's a comment you might not answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be a bit quick. Chair, I think that the gentleman is wearing, I'm going to be a bit critical. I'm not usually critical, but I think in this instance I have to be. Chair, the gentleman is wearing a very nice jacket written UNISA, which is probably likely one of the biggest universities in the world. We are in a platform of the University of Limpopo, which is one of the biggest universities in South Africa. We have the dean here with us, meaning that the vice chancellor might also be watching us from YouTube. So it's very important in this kind of setting to always read the room for us to maintain the decorum. So just one joke, that's enough, so that this platform is taken very, very seriously. So it doesn't really help much for us. Every 2 minutes there's a joke. It's important for us to read the room so that we maintain the decorum of both institutions, including the country. To get into the merit, Chairperson, of the presentation, and I think this comment, Chair, it's also for everyone. I think it's important to always embed the work that you're doing within a philosophical and a thinker. Say, for example, in terms of spatial planning, it's important to be upfront to say that, you know, I'm influenced by this philosopher, so that we're able to follow you. Like I'm saying, this is obviously for everyone. It just makes it easier, because then you're able then to be specific even in terms of the theory you're going to, because it doesn't help when you say spatial planning theory. That means that doesn't mean much. It's important for us to be specific. But also, Chair, the last one, Germany, British, as well as the Dutch, Portugal, and the British again. What do those have in common? One colonized Rwanda, the other one South Africa, the other one Portugal, and the other one Kenya. Now, what exactly are you trying to achieve in terms of the case studies that you're looking at? Those are your countries. So I'm saying, consider the history of those countries, because you're going to find that the study is a bit bigger than you may think, simply because of the spatial dynamics that you're going to find in those countries, given the colonial period. So for example, if you're looking at Kenya and South Africa, yes, because chances are the history is very British. But when you bring in Mozambique, who are now going Portuguese, it might also lead you somewhere. So I just thought those are the things that you must consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now we're getting to the part of learning, and of which, as I heard the comments, ladies and gentlemen, I've taken all the notes, and thank you very much. I'm not going to respond to any comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Akdina. Yes, yes. And also, thank you, everyone, the presenters, and also thank the audience for the ears, comments, constructive comments, and questions. Hopefully, our presenters will take those, questions, comments, and improve their research papers. From me, that's the end. I thank you all for listening attentively. I will then call Prof. Mokwele to give us a vote of thanks. Thank you.
we are doing and sometimes to correct us some of the assertion that we make about what the practitioners are doing, so that we are able to create a learning experience. The 2 days we witnessed that we had multiple people from different spaces. We had academics from UNISA, we had academics from UKZN, University of Western Cape, EDVOS, and HSRC. And this created, and even University of Limpopo, my lovely university, and which created a space where, and practitioners also from different departments, which created a space where academics are able to engage with practitioners, to be able to craft what we call a practical solution to the contemporary challenges, to be able to shape the policy dialogues that we should be able to be engaging in. And with that, colleagues, we really, really want to thank every one of you without going head by head. However, without going head by head, but please allow me to be able to mention the following. Professor O.S. Sibanda, our Executive Dean, representing the faculty and the executive management. We really thank your presence here. We know that you have a busy schedule, but you took your time to come and be with us. You took your time to come and grace this, is still a young baby, 2 years old. We are going to grow it and ensure that we grow it from leaps and bounds. We continue to put energy towards hosting it, and we promise that this is going to be a once, of course, twice off. It won't be last year and this year, so it won't be twice off. Next year we'll continue to host it, and we know that with your support we'll continue to host it successfully, and thank you very much. Dr. Selelo Matimulani, representing the Department of Research and Administration Development. Thank you very much, representing Dr. Mabila. You have been here with us since yesterday. You are still with us today. We hope that because we are engaging issues of research, it is important to always bring the department with us as we craft a way forward in terms of research. And we hope that this will contribute to some of the strategic objectives of the university that your department continue to spearhead. Ms. Musutu in absentia, Mr. Shabangu and Mr. Kabe. Mr. Kabe was here today. We really thank you for taking your time and taking your energy to prepare and come and give us these insights that some of them as our academics we don't know, because we are operating from a different space. I will never thank Santam enough. I don't think I will ever thank Santam enough for what the success of this conference was because of their contribution. And we really appreciate your kindness, Dr. Kangale, for extending your help to ensure that this happens. When we spoke, you said that we want to make this conference a success so that we can build for 2027. So we promise that going from now, we are going to start to plan for 2027 to ensure that we do proper planning and ensure that we host it successfully. And we hope that it's going to be even better than this one. In your words, you said we cannot be on the same place for 2 years. Last year we were here. We hope that this year we are here, and we hope that we'll grow even better even next year. So we're promising that we'll continue to be a growing conference. Dr. Tsepo Monakedi and Mr. Mabonya, thank you very much for gracing our event and coming and be able to share with us and be able to give us a message of support. And even the department we had yesterday and today, we had Mogalakwena, we had Capricorn, and I think I forgot another one. But Mopani is here today. So we're hoping that we're going to consolidate this relationship so that going into next year, we are able to plan with you guys even better so that we can be able to bring a pool of practitioners and a pool of academics into one space so that the issues that we are engaging, we are able to contextualize them. Academics, we really thank you for your contribution. Presenters and students, if it was not of you, this wouldn't have started even Maban. So we really appreciate your presence. Banabakaba Honors, thank you very much. And it is very encouraging, honestly, and people will notice that Banabakaba Honors, they were engaging even people by law, they've been in this academic space for quite some time. And that demonstrates what Meroko Rudiang Awelifas. I really appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. As we going on marketing, Lilena Gerskegale, thank you so much for airing this proceeding. Your contribution, so in the discussions, we secured a special issue. We secured a special issue. However, the success of publishing a special issue does not rest on us. It requires the collaboration between us, people who are organizing, and the authors. If we are able to receive the papers, we should be able to submit them for review, and they are returned. Then we are able to have a step forward in order to publish a special issue. But if we do not receive papers, and it's encouraging, I was talking to Mamonare now that we are receiving papers. So we are saying that please send, and we will be able to take them for review, and the output of the universities to be able to come and produce more papers, scholarly documents or papers. So we are appealing that let us submit those papers so that we can be able to publish a special issue. We are promising Professor Sibanda, Professor O.S. Sibanda. I know you are particular with your initials, and I will never make that mistake. Professor O.S. Sibanda, that from now on we'll start a process of developing a short learning program, so that we do not only engage issues of academic, but there are so many objectives that the university require from us. We promise that we will be able to develop a task team that will be spearheading issues of short learning program, and in no time we should be able to engage you and report with progress of where we are now. So we really putting our head on the block that we will be able to do that. In terms of submission before, going into 2020, in no time we'll be able to develop a concept note for 2027 conference or colloquium. Then we'll be using a website to submit everything, right? I think this year we used the website quite late, so it created a bit of a confusion. So 2027, no email submission will be, it will be automated, demonstrating that we are living in the 4IR. Slelo Otadumela Lin. Thank you very much. But before we leave, I would like to request people outside, get the task team, and introduce the people behind the successful hosting of this event. I would like also to appreciate staff Department of Development Planning and Management. We pulled together, and that's why we are here today. Your hard work is appreciated. Let's continue working together to ensure that we have more successes. Thank you very much. So we had people that were behind the organization of this colloquium. I just thought it's befitting that we announce them. The first one is Professor Nkwana, E.M. Nkwana, sitting right at the back. Then we have Mr. Silelo, right here. Then we have Mrs. Sekome. We have Ms. Martina Serrare. We have Ms. Poppy Mulife. We have Ms. Malwa, Priscilla Malwa. We have Mrs. Matebula. I think she's outside. Yes, you will see her. She's wearing like us. Then we have Miss Mamunare. I think she's the one that is carrying the office, and I really appreciate her. So we really appreciate, Mrs. Matebula right at the back. So colleagues, we appreciate you and the staff members for ensuring that this event, we plan it and ensure that we see it to completion. Thank you so much. And with that said, colleagues, this is the end of the proceedings. We thank you, and we will see you